Hello, my name is Cesar Montero, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you two different ways of importing a mesh into Unreal Engine. The fastest and easiest way is to drag and drop your FBX into the content browser. This is going to be a menu such as this, because I'm dealing right now with a mesh in Maya that looks like this. I want to make sure that upon import I uncheck the static mesh, skeletal mesh, option. I'm gonna show you right now what happens when I leave this option called combine meshes on. So I'm gonna put import all. What this is gonna do is that it's gonna create a single mesh out of all the different meshes that I have in Maya. That's for some, they might want to do that, but I'm doing it right now because I'm going to show you a second way of doing it through a different menu that you can actually have all of these separated. Okay, that's done. Now, if I drag and drop this, because it combined the meshes, it's going to be just a single object. So you can see here it's interior 2. I drag and drop it. I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to show you a better way of doing this. If you go to the file menu and then go all the way down to import into level in this actor section, you're going to have a Windows menu that allows you to select the file you want to have imported. Click open. It's going to tell you, hey, where do you want to import it? I'm going to select content. This option is going to let you have different options on how do you want to import For the mesh, one of the things I really like about this menu is the capacity of selecting which of the meshes in Maya to import. So this is what we have here on the left. Another option I like is that you can select if you want your asset to create actors on the right side. If you want to have everything as a single actor with different components, or create one blueprint asset. If you want to have a kind of like the most one-to-one from Maya to Unreal Engine, select all and leave this one to create level actors. Okay, so it finished importing. As you can see, now we have all our meshes on the right side. You can drag and drop. I mean, you can drag and move. Think a little bit. There you go. So it even imported the correct location, rotation, and scale of the Maya file, because the Maya file has only one material, while everything has the default gray. There you go. There's more things to be done to this scene, such as making sure that everything. If you want to have it like a frozen transformation, to do that in Maya, but that's something for another tutorial. I hope this was helpful. Thank you. Subscribe to my channel if you want to know more about Unreal Engine.
In this tutorial, I demonstrate the workflow on importing FBX models, for example created with Blender, into Unreal Engine 4 with textures and animations. Okay, here we are in Unreal Engine 4, and I created a very simple scene, which is basically the demo scene of the third person character. Okay, I just added some point lights, nothing special. I just want a very simple scene. Here's our matinee with the default controls. Okay, so what do we want? We want to import an FBX model into this scene. So I create a new folder and I call it meshes. Great, so let's find our FBX model. I called it Monster FBX. You can see it here in Windows Explorer. I created it with Blender, and the FBX file has the locations to the textures, the diffuse map and the normal map stored in the file. And when we import it by drag and drop, you can see the FBX import options will be opened. So let's see, what do we want to import? We want to import the skeletal, we want to import the mesh. Okay, this is both checked. The compute normals we leave as is. Now let's see if import animations is checked. Okay. Import materials also, and import textures. Okay, everything is fine, and now we can press import and see the results. Okay, it's importing. And here is what we get. We get a monster mesh, we get a monster material, we get a diffuse, a normal map, and we get a couple of animations and the skeletals. Great. Okay, let's see how the material we just imported, or which is created by our two textures that are imported, is made up. The diffuse texture has a slot here to the base color, and the normal map has a slot to the normal. Okay, great. So it seems like we have nothing to do here. So let's just drag and drop our monster character into the viewport. Ooh, great. But really big. I think I will scale it down 2 steps. I have the snapping turned on also for scaling. Just 2 times. Yeah, this size seems to be okay. And what I want to do is to play an animation when I start the scene. So I select here the animation asset in the animation tab, and I choose an animation which is played when I start the scene. It's a single animation that can be played with this animation asset. In the next tutorial I will show you how to use the animation blueprints. Okay, this looks good. He's playing the idle animation. Really nice. I think I will add a point light, rotate it a little bit so that we can see the textures a little bit better when I start the scene. Yeah, let's build the lighting. Okay, and the lighting is built in a few seconds. Textures are encoded, and now let's start. Yeah, this looks really cool. Really nice textures, shadows. Pretty cool. So, in the next tutorial I want to show you how to use all these animations by adding an animation blueprint, and I want to demonstrate how to add movement to the character with a character blueprint. So I really hope you guys learned something watching this tutorial. By the way, you can write me an email, give me some inputs, critique, whatever you like, or perhaps you want me to make a special tutorial. Just drop me a line and I promise to answer. So thanks a lot for watching. See you soon here on this channel.
In this video, I want to show you how you can import models inside Unreal Engine, and in particular we are talking about the FBX format. Now you can create 3D objects with many 3D software, with many 3D applications, and this is the basic formats that you're gonna use. Now in this video I will use Blender as a starting point for our work here. So I want to show you how you can export from Blender and import into Unreal Engine. In our YouTube channel we already published many videos about the exporting and importing process. So if you look for our channel here, JVDTube, you can check for Unreal export. You're gonna find a lot of videos about, or well, Unreal import. You will find a lot of video guides about this stuff. And usually when we export from other software, we use Datasmith. Datasmith, it's an excellent resource. So look for it into our YouTube channel. In this video, we are going to use Blender, and Blender doesn't have Datasmith. It has another add-on, which we will probably talk about in another video, not in this one. In this video, I want to show you the basic, classic, standard procedure to export and import an FBX file, which is this car here. This is a Ferrari Formula 1 vehicle, so I will show you where to get this, so you can do the same exact exercise that I'm doing right here. Now the first thing you need is of course Blender. So if you don't have Blender, you have to get it from the web, so search for Blender. And also you need to have Epic Games Launcher, which is a software that will let you install and then launch Unreal Engine. Now we have done other guides about installing and launching Unreal Engine, and also how to download and install Blender. So if you want to check them out, again, you search in our YouTube channel. So I will not show you all that steps, you just have to look for it here. So for example, if you search for Blender install, there you go, you're gonna see a video guide about this, how to download and install Blender. So check this stuff here and make sure that you have installed Blender. Now this is Blender right here, and that you have installed Unreal Engine, and this is Unreal Engine. So let me show you also where you can get this Ferrari model, and it's again a free website, and that's the 3D model right there. So the website, it's called c4ddownload.com, and probably this was created to share Cinema 4D 3D models. So Cinema 4D is another 3D software, 3D modeling and rendering application, which is pretty famous. So Cinema 4D. Also, you have here in our YouTube channel, if you go in the playlist page, English video courses, you will find a complete video course in Cinema 4D right here, and also other stuff. So please check our YouTube channel and other video courses and video guides, and please subscribe to stay tuned and also to know more about other software. Now let's get here. So Cinema 4D, c4ddownload.com, there it is, and we are going to look for FBX models. So we click here into the Autodesk FBX section. Just skip every single ad that it's gonna show up. This is pretty full with many different ads, so be careful not to click on the ads, and just scroll down here and let's look for vehicles, 3D models, vehicles. So it's a really nice website because it's pretty well organized, but you just have to skip a lot of advertisements. No, there you go. This is your Ferrari Formula 1. You can also search for it right here with the search tool and click on this Formula 1. It's gonna open this page. Now again, skip all these fake download buttons here and all the advertisement. Get into the bottom of the page, and that's the link that you wanna look for, this one right here. This is done by Dila Frauds. So click here, and you're gonna do a last step. The last step is not to install everything that's in this page, but just to go straight here to the download button. Click here, and the download is gonna show up. Now I already download this, so I will stop this. Okay, this is just a zipped file that you're gonna find. It's a RAR file actually, that you are going to find into the download folder. So from there you can open it and you can extract it anywhere you want. And in my case, I have extracted this into a particular folder called FBX, and you will find all this stuff when you first extract everything. So you will find a lot of 3D different 3D models, and so you can see you have also the Cinema 4D file. So if you're using Cinema 4D, this could be better probably because you already have the software there. And we made another video about exporting from Cinema 4D to Unreal Engine. Well, we make a lot of videos about exporting actually. And so what we need is the FBX, which should be the second one here. So right click on this, go to properties, details, and that's it. That's the FBX right there. That's the format we are looking for, but you can also use other formats sometimes. Now we're gonna talk about the FBX because it's the most common and the most diffuse and also the one that works the best. And right here instead we have the textures. So we have unwrapped textures. Probably these are made with Substance. Substance is another great software that I want to talk you about maybe in another videos, but we already made an introduction. So if you search for Substance, you will find again, we made an entire video course, but only in Italian. Maybe if you support us, if you show us your support, we're gonna make another one in English in the future, but we are also looking forward to make a video course in Armor Paint, which is basically the cheaper and also some, if you want, free version of Substance. So Armor Paint, it's really nice, and we're gonna publish a video guide. I think it's already published when you're gonna see this video here, so look for, and you're going to, well, let's check other videos about this topic. All right, now, so you just have to go into Blender here, and you're going to, well, let's make a new one here, new general, don't save this. Okay, let's get rid of this cube and save file and import FBX. Now another thing, if you don't see this, you may wanna activate the add-on. Probably it's not activated, so you go to edit preferences, add-ons, and search for FBX here and make sure that this one is activated, otherwise you won't have that possibility. So file, well, I think it's not about the import but about the export. So I'm gonna import this here, so there you go. This is the one, import, and then the model is gonna show up. And here in Blender you need to kind of turn on the texture with this different view. There you go, and just wait just a bit for the texture to show up. Now, of course, I am gonna to re-export this in FBX. So you will say, why are you not just bringing this directly into Unreal Engine? Well, that's a choice actually. You could do that, no problem. But this is also to show you how you can export from Blender. So we are talking about two topics here. So I will show you two things that are really important, especially if you work with Blender. Again, if you work with another software, you could see the other guides, but this is for the ones who need to export from Blender and import from Unreal Engine. And you have, well, this is not the only method that we have. We have also another one, which I will show you into another video, but this is again the standard one. So select your model, go to File, and Export in FBX. And you want to select this, only export the selected objects. Otherwise, you're going to export lights and all sorts of things. So you just want to export what you are selecting right now, which is your Formula 1 3D mesh. And also in this, I found an issue about the orientation. So just click here to apply transform, and this should fix the orientation. Otherwise you will have to rotate it manually later on. And also in the geometry, I found problems using this smoothing normals only. I have set this to phase, and apparently I have solved the problem. So we don't need animation. I think that's all we need. Now we just need a texture where to save this. And I will go to my FBX folder here again. Well, I will call this untiled. So we're gonna distinguish that from the others. And that's it. Now we jump into Unreal Engine. And this was the previous importing. So I will do another one. Now if I want to get a little bit organized, I can create a folder here and call it Ferrari. Press enter, and now that's where I will import my file. So file, import into level, FBX folder, untiled file, open. And I'm gonna choose this folder here, so it's gonna get everything into that folder. Say import, and that's it, the job is done. So what it should do now, just in the previous, like in the previous importing that I've done, is to import your model, your mesh, and your materials, and also the texture. There you go. Now we always have some issue here whenever we import something, but just make sure that the model is visible, doesn't have anything out of place, and that the smoothing groups here are working fine. As you can see, everything looks pretty nice, pretty cool. So I think this was a successful import. So let's close this. And now if you want to bring it into the scene, I will click and drag this directly here. And nothing is showing. Now let's say, probably I need to save this stuff here. Let's save. All right, I don't know, probably it's not even, oh, I think it's pretty huge. I don't know why I did that actually. Look at that. Now that's my car, it's pretty huge, and it didn't do that the last time. So this is, I don't know, sometimes things are strange here. So be careful. Each time you import, you need to work it out a little bit. So just kill this. Maybe it's we can use this one here to find the correct scale. Okay. I don't know why it did that actually, but again, when you do this stuff, you always run into some troubles. You need to know a little bit of these tools to get around the issues, or you can send us a comment in the comments of the video, so we can help you to fix the problem, or maybe another user can. No, it's a little bit troubling. Now, basically, what we need to do is to get the same scale here into every direction. So, well, we could lock this. We didn't do that. So we just select this value here, Control C, Control B, Control V, so everything is gonna be uniform, and lock this up, and then you can figure out the correct scale. Now again, I don't know why this time it gives me this problem, but when you do importing, if you're not using Datasmith, which is an excellent importer, but it's not available at the moment for Blender, well, unless you use a really nice plugin or a really nice add-on, you have to work a little bit about these issues. And probably if you go here and fix something in the export options, maybe you're gonna solve this as well. But yeah, like in the scale, now that we know that it's big, I can fix the scale, or I can fix, I don't know, something here. It's gonna solve the problem. So again, if you have some issues, please write to us, or perhaps you can look for the solution into other forums or blogs. But we did it. We find out how to import into Unreal Engine this really nice 3D model without so much effort. So thanks for watching. Again, please subscribe to the channel and stay tuned. Thanks for watching. See you in the next video. Directly here, actually, but again, when you do this stuff, you always run into some troubles. You need to know a little bit this.
In this tutorial, we'll be looking at a workaround for the import error that happens when trying to import a Mixamo animation for a skeleton asset that has already been retargeted by the plugin. This error occurs due to the addition of a root bone to the skeleton hierarchy that is required for compatibility with the UE4 mannequin. The animations from Mixamo don't have a track for this bone, so the import fails. First, we'll create a new folder in the project to import the animations. Then we'll import the Mixamo character again, making sure that the skeleton option is set to none in order to create a new skeleton asset for importing the animations. Now we can import the animations using this new skeleton asset without any problems. Note, for the best results, make sure to download the animations using the same Mixamo character, as Mixamo adjusts the animation based on the skeletal proportions of the character. Before continuing, we'll make sure to save the newly imported assets. This is a required step. Skipping this will cause later steps to fail. Next, we'll right-click on the newly imported skeleton and run the Retarget Mixamo Skeleton Asset action, picking the UE4 mannequin skeleton as the target. Then we'll right-click on the skeleton again and run the Retarget to another skeleton action, this time picking the original Mixamo character as the target. Now the new animations can be used on the original character. And you can delete the other imported assets, including the skeleton. For more help and support regarding the use of the Mixamo Animation Retargeting plugin, check out the links in the video description below.
Hello guys, and welcome to my channel. Today I am going to talk about Unreal Engine and how you can import an enterable building in Unreal Engine from Maya. So let's get started. We're going to open our Maya file here. This is my little house, two-storied simple house. It has all the messes separate, the wall, the bottom as you can see. The stairs are separate, the pillars are separate. Basically every mess is separate. So what we have to do to import it into Unreal Engine is we're gonna select all the static meshes, and by static meshes I mean the meshes that are not going to move in the engine, like the walls, the ground, the roof, and etc., except the doors of course, because the doors are gonna be opening. So I'm gonna select my chimney. Here you can see in my outliner I'm gonna select my chimney, pillars, stairs, base, and house, and we're gonna go to mesh and combine. See, now it's all combined in a single mesh. Now see, now the pivot, look at this, the pivot is in the middle. This is very important guys. The ideal pivot for point for any game engine is in the bottom. So we're gonna change the pivot by clicking the mesh and pressing D. The gizmo will change its design, and we're gonna change our view to the side, and we're gonna pull down on the gizmo and set it bottom, set it in the bottom here. Now we're gonna bake our pivot, to modify and bake pivot. Now the pivot is permanent. Same thing actually, we need to change the pivot of the door too. Right now the pivot is in the middle here like this. We need to change it to the side where the actual door hinges will be. So we're gonna press D and move the gizmo to the right hand side, and we're gonna bake the pivot. Always bake your pivot. Right, now we have it. Now this is my base mesh. We're gonna rename it to house underscore main. We're gonna move it up. These are actually the transformations of my previous mesh, so they don't matter actually. So now we're gonna export it. Select the main mesh and select all the doors, and go to File, Export Selection. I'm gonna make a new folder here named House 2 actually, and we're gonna name it to House underscore main. And we're gonna check this embed media option. That way, all the textures will be baked inside the mesh, and Unreal Engine will automatically read and assign it. Export selection. File is exported. Now jump into Unreal Engine and open your, will automatically read and assign it. Export selection. File is exported. Now jump into Unreal Engine and open your project. I have a demo project here, and I'm gonna
Yo, everybody jump to the beat.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
You can roll like this, like. Check it. Make it loud. Step to me, step to me. Jump on, jump on, jump on. Jump. Yo, everybody jump to the beat. Okay, to the left and the right.
10 seconds.
And shake that thing. Won't you wanna come and shake that thing? Won't you come on, mama, shake that thing? Won't you wanna come and shake that thing? Won't you wanna? Shake that thing, won't you wanna come and shake that thing? Won't you wanna come and shake that thing? Won't you wanna come and? Won't you wanna come up? Put your hands up.
I think we're about to smoke these fools.
I'ma hit it on the track like a bumblebee. Got the fucking flow of an Eskimo. Check it.
It's the sound of the police, sound of the police, sound of the...
Hip hop do the cotton eye job. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Hip hop do the cotton eye job. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Hip hop
That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I do.
old maid fire. Dum 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 da de 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 no. Oh, dum da dum da dum de 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 dum de dum de dum dum. Old mate firebender, oh, don't you know that you're a dead man? Whoa, whoa, blood all over your left hand. Whoa, whoa, reputation crumbled to a strand. Oh, not to worry, cause so we can
Melody Jam. Make some noise for Codfish!
Have you ever had a dream that you had you did you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
You could do anything. You could do anything. You could do anything. Except win. No. No. Oh, well, you wanna go on. No. No. Oh, well, you wanna go home. No. Oh, well, you wanna go far. Oh, well, you wanna so cold, no. You think you're so cold, no. You think you're so cold, no. You think you're so cold. You think you're so cold. No. You think you're so cold. No. Yeah.
You think you're so cold? No. I walk a lonely road, the only road that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's only me and I walk alone. I walk alone and I walk up. I walk alone and I walk up. My shadow haunts the only walks beside me. Today I wish I'm on the thing that's be them. Today I wish I'm on the thing when I need. Today I walk alone. I walk alone and I walk up. I walk alone and I talk to a god. Quiet, quiet. Quiet, mama. Quiet, quiet. Quiet, quiet. Trying to talk to a god. Quiet, quiet. 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 Quiet, 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 quiet. Trying to talk to a god. Quiet, mama. Quiet, mama. Quiet, mama. Quiet, mama. Quiet, mama. Quiet, mama. Quiet, quiet. Trying to talk to a god. I like the way you work it. No diggity, no diggity, no diggity. I gotta back it up. Diggity, no diggity. No biggity, dig up, biggity, no biggity, no biggity. I like the way you work, no diggity. No. No, no, no. You wanna battle? This sound. This sound. I am. sound. This sound. This sound. So we are going under. So we are going under. Yin, 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 ten, yin, yin, ten, yin, yin, ten. So we are going under. So we are going under. So we are going under. Yin, 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 yin. Yin, 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 ten, yin, yin, ten, ten. So we are going under. So we are going under.
компанія життя.
Мажуктар.
Kitty, my
Mazas.
small baby.
Miau.
Nice meow. Nice mouchik, Good. Magic magic. Very beautiful. Man, a beautiful face. What a beautiful face, lad. Çocuk.
During.
Şöyle beyaz istersen atabilir burada. Oy. Hungry.
Some pillows.
Nicole McGinnis always dreamed about buying a house on the beach,
Wanted something near the water. I love the water.
making her search even more exciting, an appearance on the HGTV show Beachfront Bargain Hunt.
I'm looking to buy a beachfront property in Morehead City.
This is how she looked on the show, bright, happy, excited about the house hunt in North Carolina with her dad. But look at this, a small but noticeable lump on her throat. Dr. Eric Voigt was watching the show at his home in New York. He's an ear, nose, and throat surgeon.
I was like, gosh, I feel obliged to let this person know. They may not know they have something, and as an expert in the field, I was concerned for her.
He used social media to track down Nicole.
Somehow or another, by the grace of God, it got back to my family. We were shocked. We were shocked that a doctor witnessed this on television and reached out.
Nicole went to her doctor, and sure enough, she was diagnosed with thyroid cancer.
So last week I went in and had a biopsy, and Friday is when the doctor called back and said, you actually do have papillary thyroid cancer.
We brought Dr. Voigt and Nicole together.
I know you're going to do well.
Thank you so much. You have no idea how much you've impacted my life just seeing me on the television.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your boy Virtus here, and welcome to a video where I'm going to show you how to import terrains based on real life locations. And the way that we're going to be doing this is by taking a height map that we're going to be generating using Open Topography and L3DT and bringing it into Unreal Engine 4 as a height map. So this is some really cool stuff, and I hope you guys enjoy it just as much as I do. There's a whole bunch of complicated stuff in here, so just stay focused, just follow along and you will get it in no time. Also, there is a companion guide for this area. Now I'm going to take this little island here. Now for selecting it, you just press select a region and then you click, drag, and just get a nice little region just like this. And you want to try and keep it nice and tight to the island as well. That way you don't have any loss of quality or anything like that. Also, one thing I do want to note is try not to cut off parts of the island like you can see I am doing here. Just get the water, and also don't go outside of the red boundaries, otherwise it's going to mess up your height field, as there's no information outside of there. So I'm going to select this, and now that I've done it, I'm going to scroll down and I've got to find a way to export this out. And the way I'm going to do this is by first things first, make sure you turn off generate hillshade images, as you do not need those. And then moving down, what you've got to do is send a request over to the server. So just put a little job title in there. It doesn't really have to be anything too complicated. So just terrain, and then if you just chuck in your email address, literally anything you want. It doesn't even have to be your real email address. And then if you give it a couple of seconds, it is going to take you to a download manager where you can download this information. So you can see here, it's all done. And then the bit that you're after here is called rasters _SRTM. And this is essentially just a little zip file that you can open up and get the data out of. So give it a couple of seconds to download, and then when it has been downloaded, just open it with whatever you use for file management, so 7-zip, WinRAR. WinRAR is probably the easiest way to do it. And once you've got this, what you want to do is simply drag and drop and just place this on your desktop, ready to import into L3DT. So my WinRAR's just stopped responding. There you go. Click, drag and drop, and we're good. Close this, and now with my L3DT, I'm just going to open this up, and it may take you guys a little while. That's why I've already opened it. Don't forget that it is completely free. Make sure you download it in the description below. And then moving on from here, we need to import that information. So what we're going to do then is start off by importing this. So go to File, Import, and import your height field. Give it a couple of seconds and then just navigate to wherever you have put your output _SRTM, and then open this up, press OK, give it a couple of seconds to load, and it should give you your little island or your region of terrain that you have selected. Now bear in mind, there is a couple of things that you need to do before this can be used inside of a height map. And what I mean by that is it just needs to be slightly better quality. We need to merge in another image and a few other bits, but let's just stick with it and carry on. So first thing you want to do is go to Operations, Height Field, and then resize your height field. Now what we need to do with this is set our width to 8192, and then just leave the bottom one to whatever it generates, as we want to keep the ratio. And then just press OK, and it's going to ask you, do you want to retain the physical size? Yes, you do. You don't want to change the size of this thing. The island should be about 20 meters or 20 kilometers across, which is right. So I'm just going to press yes, and that's going to keep it. Now what it's going to do here is it's going to pretty much just resize it, ready to go into a height map. Now we also need to export this in a second, but to do that we just need to wait for this to finish. I'm going to pause the video for 2 minutes and then we'll get straight back into it. Okay, so this is just finished and we are good to go from here. So what we need to do now then is just export this out into a terrain file that we can use and merge in a moment. So what I'm going to do is go to File, Export, and export your active map layer, and then select where you want it to go. So for me, this is just going to go on my desktop, and I'm going to give this the name terrain, and I'm going to save it and then just press OK. So now that we've done that, it's going to start exporting this out. What we need to do now is just generate a black image which is 8192 by the same thing, just so we can merge it with this. And the reason why we're doing that is because inside of L3DT, the only information it has is the bits which have raised elevation. I'm not even going to elevation. Yeah, it's got raised elevation. I'm not even going to try. Anyway, so the bits that are highlighted in green are the bits that it actually has information for. The black bits, it's got nothing, and the game engine does need those. So what I'm going to do is go inside of Photoshop. Now, it doesn't have to be specifically Photoshop that you do this with. You could do it with Paint.net or anything like that, but you just need to make an image that is completely black and uses the same settings as I'm going to use in just a second. So for the most part, these settings are pretty straightforward. Give it a couple of seconds, my computer's a bit slow, and then we will get into it. So the settings that we need here is 8192 by 8192, and make sure you set your color mode to grayscale, as Unreal Engine and height maps only take information regarding black to white values and sort of anything in between. Anything with color is just going to completely break it and stop your height map from working. Now, once we've got this canvas, fill it completely with black, and then what you want to do is just save this as a PNG on your desktop or wherever the rest of your files are that you're working with. So press OK, and then we're good to go. So, moving on from there, we can go to the next step, which is we need to take some information from this so that we can use it later on, because we're going to close this and start working with our terrain file in just a moment. So the two pieces of information that we are after is the horizontal scale and the vertical scale. So what I'm going to do is go to Operations, Height Field, and change my horizontal scale. I'm going to grab this value, and then I'm just going to chuck it into my sticky notes, as we're going to need it later on. Once again, go to height field, and then we're also going to get our vertical range. And the one that I'm after is our altitude range, which is 1339. And once again, I am just going to paste this into my sticky notes, as we're going to need this later on. I'm just going to press cancel because we're not actually going to be changing anything. So now that we've done this, we need to import our terrain that we just created. So I'm going to go to import, and then I am going to import a height field, save changes. No, we don't need any of that. And the file that you're looking to import is this one here, your terrain. Do not import your output _ SRTM. And then, once we've done this, leave the file name to exactly as it is already. Give it a couple of seconds to load up, and then we are going to merge a few things. So give it a second. Okay, so now that we've got the information that we need, we have got to do two things. First, we've got to import our black image, and then we have got to dump our terrain on top of that. So what we're going to do is go to Import, and then import a height field, choose No, and then just select your output and just press OK. And give it a couple of seconds to do that. And then this is going to dump our blank image in there. Sorry, no, what am I doing? I don't want to import my output. I want to import my black image. Now, we've got lots of files in here, so sometimes mistakes do go wrong. Just keep an eye on things and everything will be perfectly fine. So, with the black image selected, horizontal scale needs to be what we put in the sticky notes. So for me, that is 7.128. Paste that in, and then once you've done that, just click OK. Give it a couple of seconds, and then from there we should have a pretty much completely black image, which is perfectly fine because we're going to be importing that terrain file that we just made straight on top of that, and that is pretty much going to give us our height map. So it's completely black, that's all good. And now what I'm going to do is go to Import and then Merge Height Maps and select your L3DT file. And one thing you want to do is make sure to disable stretch to fit, otherwise it's going to stretch your terrain, it's just going to bring it out of proportion, and we just don't want that. So give it a couple of seconds, and then after that we should have something that looks similar to what we had before, and then from there we can start to worry about bringing it into Unreal Engine 4. So I'm going to pause the video, let it do its stuff, and we'll get straight back into it. Okay, so I've got my merge type map and it is looking good. So what we need to do now then is export this out in a way that Unreal Engine can understand. So what I'm going to do is go to File, Export, and you want to export your overlapped files. And then on your desktop, just create a new folder, as there's going to be quite a few files, and just call it Terrain Files, just like that. Open it up and then just press save and just dump it into here, or just do what you got to do, give it a name, Terrain, press OK, and then for the tile size and stuff like that, just set this to what I've got here, which is going to be R16, and then the tile size, you are going to want to set this to 2017, and format your file names for Unreal. That just means you're formatting it for Unreal Engine 4, and then just press OK again, and then it's going to resize everything and package it in a way that you can bring it into Unreal Engine 4. And having said that, at this point you want to open up the Epic Games launcher, wherever that may be, and then from there open up the engine, and we're going to create a new project, or you can put this into a project that you've got already. It is entirely up to you. Okay, so I've got my project open and I'm just going to go and start a new level, and the level I'm just going to use is just pretty much completely empty, default, and that's perfectly fine for me. Now you need to do a couple of things before you can do this. Open up your world settings from the Windows panel, and then within here just enable your world composition, which is going to allow for a tiled project. And sometimes it's going to ask you, please save your level to disk before enabling this. So I'm just going to save this untitled level, just do save current, and I'm just going to give this the name Terrain Test and press OK. Give it a couple of seconds to do that, and then from there enable your world composition, and then it's going to say also discover sublevels. That's okay. And then now that we've done this, we can start to bring in our game, or bring in our terrain rather. So what I'm going to do is from here I need to get some scaling values, and the way I'm going to get these scaling values is I've got to quickly go onto Google Maps. So I'm going to go to Google Maps, I'm literally just going to Google that in and then open it up, and I've got to find that region or that terrain that I just tried to get, because I need to get the distance across that island so I can input that information into Unreal Engine 4. So for me, my little islands were down here. I'm going to zoom in, and the way that I'm going to measure across this is right click and then add or just measure distance, and now click on the map and over here, and it's going to measure it, and I'm looking for about 35 kilometers. So now that you've done this, open up your calculator. Any calculators can be on your phone, can be on your computer, but we need to divide this number by 8 and use that to input it into Unreal Engine 4. And the reason why we're doing this maths is to convert from kilometers to our Unreal units value that it works with. So I'm going to do, and that was 35 divided by 8, and that's 4.3. So we're going to go back into our engine, and then we are going to write that down, which was 4.3. And then what we're going to do is open up our levels. So if you guys remember where that is. Cool, so to open up your levels, just go to Window, enable your levels, and then from here you'll get this little window that is going to pop up. And then what you want to do is click on this little button here at the top left and just press Import Tiled Landscape. And then what you want to do is just press Select Height Map Files, go to your desktop, and you need to make sure that you select your folder where all your terrain files are. So go into here and then press Ctrl A to select all of these and then press open. And from here you've got to put in some values. So for your X, that is going to be where you get your value in a second, which was 4.3. See if we can find it, 4.3. And that is good for there. And then for our Y, actually I'm going to put that on both of these. So 4.3 or 4. Yeah, just 4 and 4, and we're good. And then for this, for the Z value down here, you need to do something, and that is just take your vertical range, which we had in our sticky notes before, and if you remember that was 1339, you want to do some maths to this and just multiply this by a little number. And the little number that I am after is over here. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to clear that. 1339 multiplied by 0.1953125. And then I am just going to copy that if I can, or I'm just going to write it in myself even. So just maybe move it off to your second screen or somewhere else and just hook this up into your Z value. So, okay, so and then paste this in, sorry. So the value for that is, this is for me 261.5234375, and then from there we are all good. And then there should be a little button here that says flip tile Y coordinates. Uncheck this and press import, and that is the last step of making your terrain. Now this is going to take a little while to import your landscape, so just give it maybe 5 minutes. I'm going to pause the video and we'll be good to go from there. Okay, so now that they're all imported into the engine, we just need to do something real quick, which is select all of our terrain files and then just tell the engine to load these and make them visible. So select all of these just by pressing Ctrl and clicking all of these, and then just press load, which once again may take a little bit of time, so you might have to give it another couple of minutes. These terrain files are absolutely huge, so give it a couple of minutes, and after that we should have a brilliant looking terrain, which is exactly like the real life location. So give it a couple of minutes and we'll be back with you. Okay, so everything has just loaded into our levels. We are all good. Now, if you've got a blank level, you are not going to be able to see anything at the moment. If you go to the unlit view, you are going to notice you have a terrain here. Now, before we can see this properly, we're going to have to add in a directional light. And also, if we search all of the classes, search for a sky sphere and jump and add one of those into your scene. And now you will notice you have your terrain in your game. Now I have turned my camera speed all the way up so that I can see this. Sometimes your terrain might be off in the distance, but the important thing is that I have got this real world location inside of my game, and I've got my mountains here, and it looks really good. And you can see the level of detail in here is just absolutely astonishing, and when you get to paint this, it's going to be even better. Now this example is probably not the best of them because it is quite rocky, it's like this volcanic island, but it really does go to show the level of detail that you can capture with this. Anyway guys, I hope you have enjoyed the video.
exactly what we're going to choose. Let's go ahead and name our project. This one is going to be called The Island. And
the student received a difficult assignment, and his solution shocked the professor. Hello, friends. Today I will tell you a relatively short story about a young man, which occurred many years ago. Even though the story contains nothing supernatural, I'm not exaggerating when I say it was able to change the lives of millions across the world. In one way or another, every self-respecting successful person knows about it, and I think each one of you should hear it as well. It began in the distant 1914, when a baby named George was born to a family of Jewish immigrants in Portland, Oregon. His dad was a math teacher, and his mom was a linguist in the library. I will not speak about George's early childhood because it contained nothing extraordinary. He grew up like a typical boy of those days and did not stand out from his peers. The only thing that his dad literally forced him to do was study geometry. It's probably inaccurate to say that the boy was thrilled by this, but he obeyed his dad. At first, he solved simple problems that his dad gave him, but by the time he was ready to graduate high school, he was solving pretty difficult ones. Be that as it may, he was definitely not a genius. He was relatively well-versed in mathematical science, which ultimately got him accepted into the University of Maryland, to the Faculty of Mathematics. But he was a regular student and was no different from the hundreds or even thousands of others like him. What's more is that George would often allow himself to skip class, which resulted in him being punished with extra homework. By the way, at this point, we have approached our central point, one that can change your worldview. So, imagine the following scenario in the University of California in Berkeley in 1939. A 25-year-old student named George is running down one of the university's long hallways. For unknown reasons, as it happened many times before, he was late to Professor Jersey Neyman's statistics class. What's more is that he was a whole 20 minutes late. Having caught his breath only a little bit prior to entering the auditorium, he quietly opened the door and entered. The young man wanted to be unnoticed, so he sat down at a desk quickly. Afterwards, he started looking around, trying to figure out what he missed. But when he noticed his professor's face, he realized it was not the best time to draw attention to himself. By the time he showed up in the auditorium, the conditions of 2 math problems were written on the blackboard. George thought that it was the next homework assignment for next class, so the irresponsible student simply copied the problems in his notebook and started listening to the professor while thinking about his own things. But friends, soon after returning home from class, he deeply regretted being late to that class. The problems were very hard, and the young man thought he likely missed something important at the beginning of class, which would have helped him solve the problems. But there was nothing left to do, and he had to seriously struggle for a couple days in order to solve the problems and complete the assignment by the next statistics class. I'll get ahead of myself to say that things turned out to be a lot simpler and a lot more complicated at the same time. A few days later, the happy student went to see the professor to hand in his notebook and the completed assignment. The professor took the notebook absent-mindedly, without turning his eyes away from the blackboard, on which he was drawing graphs before the next class. He said, "Okay, thank you." Of course, he did not immediately remember that he did not assign his students anything of the sort, and simply put the notebook on top of his desk to check later. 2 weeks passed, and George still did not get an answer from the professor. What's more is that in the following class, the professor went up to George and said that his assignment was still being checked. This made the young man even more nervous, because such a long checking process could end badly for him, especially since the midterm grades would come out soon. But what happened next is hard to fathom. After some time, George was asked into the dean's office. He had a bad feeling about it, and when he opened the door, he saw that in addition to the dean, a number of men he didn't know and his statistics professor were sitting in the office. It's hard to explain what the student was feeling at the time, and maybe he was preparing for the worst. But what his professor said surprised him. "Congratulations, George. How did you come up with it? Did you do it by yourself or did someone help you?" The young man did not understand what was going on, so he asked, "Professor, what are you talking about?" After that, Jersey Neyman showed him his notebook with the homework. It turns out that he solved everything correctly, only it wasn't a homework assignment. When the professor finally found the time to look at the notebook that a student brought him, he could not believe his eyes. He remembered that, at the beginning of one of his lectures, he really did show his students the conditions of those 2 problems. However, those conditions were of 2 unsolved problems. The problems were a mystery that, at the time, not only the professor, but also the rest of the great minds in the whole world could not solve. For decades, the most outstanding mathematicians tried to solve them, and even the most venerable scientists simply struggled. However, George simply did not know that they were unsolvable. Because of a stupid turn of events, he didn't hear the part of the lecture where the professor said that nobody in the whole world was able to solve them. That's how, after struggling for only a few days, George was able to solve them. Professors from the Mathematical Academy of Sciences came to the dean's office to congratulate the student. Our hero's full name is George Bernard Dantzig, a famous scientist of the 20th century who developed the algorithm to solve problems by the simplex method. He is also considered the founder of linear programming and became the first recipient of the von Neumann Theory Prize in 1974. Later, our student received the National Medal of Science and an honorary doctorate from the University of Maryland. In the 1970s, he became a member of the National Academy of Sciences, the National Academy of Engineering, and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. He authored many papers and books. All this would have likely not happened, and his name would not have been so widely known had he come to that class on time. At least that's what Professor George Dantzig himself used to say, with a smile. Sometimes you're capable of doing the impossible. something that seems completely unrealistic, something that nobody else has done before you. All this is possible only if you yourself do not convince yourself that it's impossible. When asked how he was able to achieve all that, George Dantzig said that had he come to the lecture on time and heard those problems were unsolvable, he would have obviously never been able to solve them. This story is a lesson to the most daring and successful people, innovators of our time, billionaires and pioneers. All of them are convinced that all of our problems are only in our heads and in our perception of what we are doing. Friends, what do you think? Is that really so? Is the whole problem simply us not believing that this or that is realistic? Definitely write your opinions and personal thoughts in the comments. That's all for today. Rate the video if you liked it. See you soon. Hi friends. I would like to start today's video with the discussion of the phrase, miracles don't happen. After all, we hear it so often that we actually begin to believe it, although each of us needs some kind of miracle once in a while. A miracle that can turn our entire consciousness and make us believe in things that may seem impossible at first glance. Jumping ahead, I'll just say that sometimes the events that happen in our life cannot be explained by science. And what's your take on this issue? Be sure to share your opinion after watching this video. Doug and Melanie Pritchard were a happily married couple who'd been raising their first child for several years. The woman enjoyed motherhood immensely, and therefore, when the question of having a second child came up, the couple had no doubts. To the family's delight, the pregnancy was going well without any complications or abnormalities. Besides, the mother was very responsible about her pregnancy and regularly visited the local hospital. It was a standard situation in general, and nothing boded ill. Or at least so it was until the moment when Melanie started having contractions and was taken to the hospital. Once at the hospital, the woman in labor suddenly felt worse, complaining of terrible nausea and dizziness. Even though everyone was sure that she was just feeling nervous before labor, the doctor still conducted a quick exam, which confirmed that the mother and her baby were doing great. That's when everyone should have calmed down, but as it turned out, it was just the beginning. The fact was that Melanie was at a loss. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. Her condition worsened with every minute, and she soon started getting seizures. Of course, the doctor tried to stop them, but in literally just a moment, all the sensors that were connected to the woman lit up with bright red colors, and an alarm sounded in the ward, indicating that the patient was in critical condition. By the time the doctors arrived, all that was left for them to do was to record the mother's cardiac arrest caused by amniotic embolism. Simply put, this meant that the amniotic fluid got into the mother's bloodstream, causing a lightning-fast shock reaction and poor blood clotting. This occurs once in 50,000 cases, and of course, none of the staff had ever seen this before. All they could do was immediately send Melanie into emergency surgery in order to at least save her baby. At that moment, real chaos ensued at the hospital, while Melanie's husband watched in despair, realizing that he had lost the love of his life, all the while being unable to do anything to help. The newborn girl would have probably never gotten to see her mother, whom the doctors were unable to resuscitate and have even declared dead already. But that's when strange things started happening. Things that never happened in the history of medicine before that day. By all indications, my wife was dead, and the first thought that flashed through my head was that there was no chance she'd come back, and that I was a widower now, said Doug. All this time, he was surrounded by relatives who came by to greet the happy mother and the newborn baby, but he couldn't find a place for himself in the entire maternity ward. The attending physician had already prepared the Pritchard family for the worst by allowing those close to Melanie to come in and say goodbye. They were still unsuccessfully trying to start her heart when Doug leaned over to kiss his wife and whispered one short sentence in her ear. "If you have any fight left in you, then fight." Of course, no one expected that some kind of miracle would happen, and after saying goodbye to his wife mentally, Doug couldn't even imagine how timely his words would be. After all, as it turned out later, being all alone between two worlds, Melanie heard them, and it was then that the miracle happened. The doctors were shocked when the woman's heart began to beat again, which meant that she was alive, but nevertheless, they immediately warned the husband that it was too early to rejoice. The thing was that her heart wasn't beating for too long, which meant that the brain damage would be significant. Besides, Melanie was still unconscious and in critical condition. She did come to her senses for the long 24 hours, and Doug was outside her door all this time. It may be difficult to believe, but after all that happened, Melanie opened her eyes. The first thing she said was her husband's name, and at that point, Doug was ready to believe in the existence of any kind of higher force. Since just recently, the doctors shrugged their shoulders, saying that his wife might never wake up. But she did, and the man immediately showed Melanie a photograph of their newborn daughter, Gabriella. Surprisingly, it seemed as if the woman hadn't yet realized what was happening around and got charged with an unknown impulse. Just 2 hours later, she already managed to restore her breathing without any help from machines and even talked to her family, who couldn't believe that a miracle really did happen. By the way, even the doctors ended up having to believe that it was a miracle, because contrary to their predictions that Melanie would definitely need a transplant and that her brain would never be the same, the patient monitors had a different opinion. And be that as it may, after some 7 days, without resorting to any drugs, the happy mother of 2 children was discharged from the hospital and got to go home. We don't have the words to describe our happiness, and even despite the doctor's attempts to find a logical explanation of this phenomenon, we are confident that it was a real miracle, the family later said in an interview. Today, the Pritchards are raising 2 beautiful children, having almost forgotten about that incredible incident at the hospital. However, there was no doubt that as soon as Gabriella decides to learn the story of her birth, she will definitely have something to be surprised about, because no one can really explain what happened that day. Friends, what do you think helped the woman survive when even the doctors gave up on her? Be sure to write your opinion in the comments. And that's probably enough for today.
My little baby. Oh no! Oh.
Sunny noticed a cat with a bad eye on one of her walks with Keone. We came back with treats to see if we could get any closer.
She's taking it. Are you gonna run away now?
Oh, I have more.
She's gonna be. She's just hiding down there. Oh, what a sweetheart.
You can see her from the other side.
Yeah. Oh, she's back.
Did you eat it that fast? I don't want to give you too much.
She's like, she's like how Nagi used to be.
Wow.
If you gave him food, he would take it and then go hide somewhere with it.
That eye is so bad.
Yeah.
If she even has an eye anymore. Like,
I think it looks like it's shriveling up. It looks like she got scratched by probably another cat, and that eye has been like shrinking. Because you can still see the eye, you can see the pupil, and you can see the scratch. I think it'll be a little bit harder to get her into a cat carrier, but...
I know.
Oh, she wants more. What a sweetie.
Well, I do have more, but I don't want you to get an upset tummy.
We are back to try to capture the kitty. We followed her around the back of the building, which seemed to be the territory she took for herself.
Is it too far away? Here you go. Here you go. There you go.
Oh no! Oh, she's coming. She felt most comfortable interacting with us with a fence between us. She was clearly very skittish, so we decided to see if we could build up some trust with her over the next few days, with the goal being getting her into a cat carrier and to the vet to have her eye looked at. I brought a carrying case for her, which I put a little bit of food in to see if we can get her used to the case. Maybe she'll go hang out in there for now, instead of sleeping directly on top of all these air conditioning units. She's curious. Oh, she found the food. Look, she's so happy in there.
Yeah, she's laying down. She looks comfortable.
I came back with a cat carrier, which she liked, but if we tried to get close at all, she'd leave it and run away. She also wasn't building up trust quickly enough considering her eye, so I decided to get a trapping cage.
Yeah, she's so happy. She just laid down right away.
So we haven't been able to catch the cat through normal trying to gain her trust methods. The thing about this cage is the cat that we're trying to capture has already been captured and released because she's got the nick in her ear. So if she's like really smart, maybe she remembers being captured in a cage like this and she won't go inside. So I'm gonna try to maybe disguise it a little bit. For one thing, I'm gonna cut out like pieces of cardboard to put on the floor so that she's not walking over grating. She or he, we'll see. And then make it like more natural for her to walk into. One arm, that's what you can fit inside. Okay, Haku, what if I cut open the other side? Haku, look, it's open now. There you go. There you go. Okay, you can have fun for a while. I'll take it later. Alright, I'll come back later. So I cut out a cardboard base. I've tested it again. Hopefully he/she will still go into our trap. As I feared, she knew not to step on the plate. She's so smart. I came back several more times with the trapping cage, with it disguised in various ways, with more smelly and appetizing bait, and even with a long string so I could manually trigger it, but she never set more than 2 feet inside the cage again. There were several areas around the block where people left out food for the local strays, so there was no way for me to withhold food for a couple days and get her desperate enough to risk the trapping cage again. Nope. And there she goes. I was at a loss for what else I could try for a few more days and just spent some normal time feeding her, when I realized I could get her to chase food and lead her around her little territorial area as long as I stayed far enough away. This made me think that I might be able to lead her to a more open area with enough space to set a drop trap. Since nothing else has worked so far, I'm trying to build a drop trap now. Kind of like old school, the first thing you think about when you want to capture an animal. It seems like really almost too simple, but you can get the cat to walk under the cage, which is important. And so that's what we're gonna try to do. I keep calling her, I don't know if it's a girl. Do the same thing with Pokey.
Don't go to he. So all our cats are he. Boys.
We'll use both. One of us is bound to be right. Everything's already cut, just need to put it together. I just finished the base for the drop trap. Now I'm just gonna spend the next 45 minutes tying this net around the base. The website that I was going off of for building this said it's better not to tie it around the top because you want the net to have some like give.
The funny or not funny thing is the area has a fence that has a sign that says we are extra alert for strangers and weird suspicious people.
Keep an eye out for weird people.
It was exactly about you, right?
Except everyone there knows us now. We've talked to like the building manager. We've talked to like most of the residents have driven in and parked and seen us. The guy on the motorcycle is parked and seen. I've talked to like everyone.
How'd you like it here, buddy?
They're all very nice.
Oh?
And they're all just impressed that we're trying to catch a cat, even though we're not professional
You're gonna impress them even more with this handmade, giant DIY trap.
I really think they're just gonna think there's something wrong with me.
Which cost quite a lot already.
$70.
And then with the cage that totally didn't work out, adds extra 50.
And then
something.
we have to park in the
So-
city. It's costing a bit of money.
A little less than 200 already before you even take her to the surgery, to the
But
vet.
it's gonna be worth it if we can help her.
Yeah, I really hope we can find a good owner.
If we can't, then all of this is gonna suck for literally everyone. I need this! It took a lot longer to get the netting on than I thought it would, so we had to wait until the next day to finish it. This part is mostly done. I have the door on. I have the anchor flap. The only thing is finishing the prop stick. Then we need to test it and then we'll be good to go. Poor June injured himself, so I finished up, but I think we're done. I sanded off the bottom to round it out a little bit. Got a string through it. Everything else is set up and ready. I'm gonna test it out on our cats real quick. I know outside we won't be using it on carpet, but these floors dent surprisingly easily. So I don't think we should be dropping, even though this is very, very light weight, I don't think we should drop it on our floor. Haku, I'm gonna catch you. He doesn't even care. Da, 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 da. Real life, we gotta move quick. Much faster than this. Haku, come here. Haku, come through the door. He doesn't care because it's our house. Come here. Yeah, come here. Good boy, look at you. Haku, you're so good at being captured. Such a good boy. I have a rubber band around this to make it harder to move it up and down, just because I was afraid that this would just bounce out when we do this on concrete. And then because we don't have a door that shuts down, I have this, which we'll put down real quick, and then I have wires to wire that shut, and then if the cat goes past this, then I can slide that down and use the real door. Otherwise, this can work temporarily because our car will be right there. I think it works. I think it's gonna work, Jen. Sweetie's under here. She keeps coming out when I shake the food. I've set up the drop trap here. It's not where I wanted to, but this is the only spot flat enough that there aren't spaces for her to run out after we catch her. I'm just gonna see what we can do. We talked to the people who are on the other side of this, so they know we're here doing this. We're not just trespassing. After spending many hours with her over the past 2.5 weeks, I knew the areas she liked to hang out when I entered her territory with her. My plan was to lead her around the back of the air conditioners and under the one on the far left, a spot she frequently hid. Several days earlier, I had practiced leading her around with food and she never seemed to fill up, just like Pokey, so I wasn't too worried about feeding her too much. But I did need to toss food somewhat quickly or she'd lose interest and retreat back to a previous hiding area. If I moved my feet, she'd also become wary and try to retreat, so I had to take things slowly. She was so smart and never gave me more than one chance with the trap, so I knew I'd only get one shot to catch her or she'd never go under the drop trap again. The instructions I read online all emphasized to wait until the cat settles down to eat out of the food dish you placed at the back of the trap. But she wouldn't go for it. She'd only eat the food I threw, even though there was a dish full of the same exact food right in front of her. I realized I'd have to trigger the trap even though she'd never settled down. I also asked June to back farther away since she didn't know him at all and kept stopping to stare at him. That meant he wasn't able to keep filming when I triggered the trap, but I thought it was more important to catch her than film. And? Oh my god, I am literally
literally shaking.
She leapt at the netting like a rocket, trying to take off, so I had to keep my weight on the trap while June helped hand me the connecting cage. My heart was pounding so quickly, and my hands were literally shaking. But I managed to transfer her
Go put her
successfully.
in the air conditioning in the car. I'll take care of everything else. We got the kitty. I'm on the way to the vet now. You can see how red my face is. The weather app says it feels like 43 degrees Celsius, which is over 107 degrees, which is the same it's been the entire 2.5 weeks that I've been trying to catch her. I would have been worried about her being out in the heat this whole time if I didn't know, you know, over the 2.5 weeks that she was still like ganky and active the entire time. We made it to the vet, but because of Corona, my baby. Everyone waits in their car with their pets. You don't go wait inside the building right now.
The vet said her eye is still there, but it's been pushed back into the socket, likely due to an injury from a fight, and her third eyelid is shut permanently over it. It's called phthisis bulbi, which is basically a fancy term for a shrunken, non-functional eye. He said it actually doesn't need treatment right now, and that removing it would only cause her additional stress at the moment. She was so nervous that he didn't want to do much testing that day, but he gave her broad light and parasite treatment for some fleas and managed to trim her nails at our request. He said he can't accurately test for diseases like feline leukemia for at least a month, so until then we're just supposed to keep her separated from our cats. Hopefully by then she'll be a little more comfortable with us. Alright, we've made it back and we finished preparing June's room. So we've got food dish here, water bowl 1, water bowl 2.
Away from the litter.
Yeah, litter farthest away. She has tons of spots to sleep. These will be a little, she can hide a little. She's got a box here. All of the wires have been removed from this room or covered in saran wrap like June did there.
I was gonna film this cooking video in this room.
Yes.
But that won't happen until I confirm.
For at least a month. Turn us this way so it's easier for her to run away from us. There you go. Assuming things go well and she's not gravely ill and she does adjust to indoor life, our intention is to adopt her out to another family. There are so many stray cats here that aren't suited to living on the streets, and I think right now the best thing we're in a position to do is foster the ones who need it most, take care of their medical bills, and then help them find new homes. June likes the idea a lot and even wants to build a fostering room in our future house. Anyway, that's our hope for the future. For now, we'll have to see how this kitty does. Here, I'm gonna again turn her around so she sees the exit and is away from us. And then I'll just open from this side. There you go. Let us know if you have any suggestions for names or know of anyone in Japan who may want to adopt her if things work out. There you go. Good girl. We should let her explore this area and become comfortable with it. All right, sweetie. I'm sorry you're scared, but you have food and water. You can explore. We'll see you later. Hey guys, I'm here with Pokey and Peachy. Peachy? Hello. In our last video, we tracked this kitty. You guys suggested a lot of really amazing names, and after getting to know her for a couple weeks, we realized she has a lot in common with Pokey since they're both former street cats, so we wanted a name that kind of matches his, so we ended up naming her Peachy. We had to keep her isolated for 1 month before testing her for FIV and FELV since they have incubation periods. She was also really scared of humans, and we needed to see if she would calm down at all and become adoptable after a while. Her first full day with us, we mostly left her alone so she could get used to her new temporary home. She hid the whole time and didn't eat at all, but every day she's made a little bit of progress. She's been using the litter box correctly from the very beginning. Oh, there's a little bit of pee. Oh, good girl. I'm so proud of you. Good girl, baby. Good girl. Okay, I'm sorry for bothering you. I'm gonna bring you some more food and more water, okay? And then I'm gonna clean up this mess for you, and then I'll leave you alone and let you get back to adjusting. By day 2, she was eating, but only at night after we went to bed. By day 3, I wanted to test her limits a little and figure out what she was familiar with. I was able to pet her with a feather duster a little bit.
I think if I toss this at her, she's gonna be scared.
She either didn't understand the cat toys I had or was too nervous to play with them in front of me. But I tried playing a cat TV video on my phone for her and she couldn't keep her eyes off of it. So from that day on, we've had June's laptop in the room playing 12-hour videos of birds during the day and Japanese crickets at night.
She doesn't want to take her eyes off of me, but she wants to watch the bird show.
By day 5, she was eating during the day. Around 1 week in, I decided to start working on getting her to eat while I was in the room with her. So I set up my computer and put her food in a box with the door shut so she could feel like she was eating while hidden from me.
So this morning for breakfast, I opened the door here, and the kitty is still eating her food.
And by day 10, she was eating in full view of me. She was also starting to feel comfortable enough to explore the room with me in it by that point.
Today she decided to lay down and get sleepy in plain view of me.
Unfortunately, at the 2-week mark, I noticed that her eyes were constantly shifting left and right. Until then, I had mostly tried to avoid eye contact with her, since that can be a sign of aggression, and when I did look at her, I thought she was just trying to get a full account of her surroundings since she only has one eye to work with. But after a couple days, I suspected it was involuntary and might be nystagmus, so I took her back to the vet to have it looked at just in case there was a serious problem. The vet had to sedate her for examination and did an x-ray. He didn't find any injuries or illnesses and suggested that she might have just been born with it, which is not uncommon for the Siamese breed, which her breed, the snowshoe, is a derivative of. Nystagmus is an involuntary, continuous movement of the eyes. Her eyes continuously flick back and forth horizontally. In severe cases, a cat might be perpetually dizzy, have their head tilted, or throw up food from nausea. But her case is mild, and the vet said at most it would only cause her to be mildly disadvantaged. Combined with the fact that she only has one working eye, though, and awful depth perception, really made me worry about the idea of having to release her back outside if she didn't adapt to being indoors. Her eye was still newly injured when we first found her, and Sunny and I have been providing her with most her food and water from that point on, so we don't know how well she would have been able to manage on her own like this. Despite catching her again at 2 weeks, she still continued to make progress, although a little bit slower. Eventually she was able to eat from her bowl while I was holding it. I let her make contact with my fingers first, and then I started gently touching her a little bit, and by the end of the month, I was fully able to pet her while she was eating. Most recently, I've been trying to touch her ears or other extremities to get her used to being handled all over. She's really great about it and lets me lift up her paws and extend her claws. She's not yet a fan of me doing that while she's not eating though, so we still have a little bit of work to do, but hopefully I'll be able to trim those sharp nails again soon. At week 4, we took her back to the vet again to get her virus tests. She was a little easier to catch this time and a little calmer at the vet.
ちょっとこのままもう急いで採血していきますとしたら、前回もね、ちょっと全般的に検査をね、ちょっとさせていただいてますので、もうだいぶこの前来られた時よりはでも全然やっぱり違いますね。あの時本当に奥とか触っての刺激ですごい、そうですね。警戒してた。まあでも慣れてくれそうですね。この期間でこれぐらいまでね、触れるようになってるので。10分待ちの検査になりますので、すぐなんですね。はい、結果が出ましたらご案内いたしますので。はい、お願いします。
And her test came back negative. So from now on, we'll be able to slowly and carefully start introducing her to our cats. Since that last vet visit, while touching her during feeding time, I have noticed a large bump on the back of her hip. We haven't had a chance to ask the vet about it yet, but unless it seems to change, we'll probably wait until her next scheduled visit to ask about it, since every additional vet trip she has to make causes her a lot of stress. A few people mentioned that they thought she might be feral or had a colony that she lived with, but there are a number of reasons we thought that might not be accurate. Sunny's lived in that area for a while and knows the local community cats well, and Peachy showed up out of nowhere with her injured eye only 3 days before the first clip from our last video. She was definitely new to the area and not a part of the local community cats. We tried to figure out where she came from, so June and I called most of the TNR groups in Fukuoka. There's one group here with foreign members, NPO Catnip, and they appear to be the TNR group with the most robust foundation. They list the cats they trap online, and they vaccinate their cats. We know Peachy was not caught by them because she didn't show up in their list online and she was not vaccinated. The vaccination for FIV results in positive FIV tests down the line, and Peachy tested negative. The rest of the groups were mostly run by Japanese people, and they didn't vaccinate their cats, and they did not keep records of the cats they trapped. None of them had any idea about Peachy, and they also told us there are some individuals who TNR on their own, so there's no way we'd ever be able to figure out where she came from. You also have to keep in mind that this is Japan, and it isn't quite as advanced when it comes to rehoming stray animals. Most people don't have the space in their homes or are not allowed to have animals, so foster homes are rare and very limited in numbers. Many TNR groups can't foster cats at all, so just because a cat ends up on the street with an ear clip, that doesn't necessarily mean they were feral and unadoptable. Most Japanese people still buy purebred cats or dogs directly from pet stores, often from awful breeders. Rehoming websites and cat shelters aren't as commonly used. The vast majority of animals that end up in shelters here are euthanized, so just trying to find a home for a stray cat in the first place can be very difficult. Even the TNR groups that can foster cats have to pick and choose to foster only the cats they think have the highest chances of being adopted. In addition to all that, Peachy is very clearly a snowshoe breed cat. It's a rare breed and not what you usually see on the streets. Considering Peachy has some of the inbreeding issues that snowshoe cats can have, like the nystagmus and the kink in her tail, I think it's more likely that she's probably not too far removed from one of those purebred breeder cats, rather than being a descendant of several generations of street cats. In any case, I never really thought she was fully feral from the beginning anyway, considering she'll do things like eat out of my hands and let me pet her. She is still a very nervous cat around humans. I think it'll take a really long time to build her confidence, but honestly, Nagi was very scared of everything for the first few years we had him. In the beginning, if I held anything in my hands and walked toward Nagi, he would run away. Half the time, he still runs away if you walk towards him. So I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with a cat being a little skittish indoors. I read a Twitter post recently that mentioned that cats are about consent, and I totally agree with that. You just gotta let a cat be whatever kind of cat it wants to be. As long as she's happy and comfortable living indoors, even if she doesn't become adoptable to another family, she's welcome to live here with us forever. Anyway, thank you guys for all of your support and suggestions. We have already started introducing her to our cats, as you saw at the beginning of this video. We'll update you guys on that soon. Next video though, we have some exciting news to talk about. I'm not pregnant. I know that's going to be all the comments. That's not the news. Battle of the stretches.
Angry boy?
Well, Taco wants food.
Stretch vertically. And catch. Oh, good boy. There we go. Okay. Oh my god, you're so loud down low. I'm glad you're back.
Hey guys!
Hi.
Before we get into our video real quick, we have a merch announcement! For the next 10 days only, we're selling cat person and dog person shirts, Nekoha and Inuha. This is how you would write cat person in Japanese. Technically it means like cat clan. Like you belong to the cat clan.
Yeah, or cat group. Yep.
Cat group. Cat gang.
Yeah. Kinda.
We're only selling unisex shirts. They're not form-fitting this time. I'm wearing a small and June is wearing a medium.
Yep.
On the website there will be a counter in the banner for how many people buy cat shirts versus how many people buy dog shirts. So we get to see who's gonna win out. I think we have some sort of idea because this is a video about cats and our channels are kind of channels about cats now. But
yeah,
who knows? We'll see. Maybe there is some surprise dog viewers out there.
I mean, you can be both. Pookie, which one are you? Well, they're both dogs.
These shirts are manufactured in the US and then assembled in Nicaragua. There's no slave labor anywhere in the process of making these. These shirts are pretty comfy, although a little bit thin. So if I hold this up to the light, you can see the shoulder has nice hemming for like extra comfort. The print is this sort of thingy so that the colors can be really vibrant. I don't know what this is called, but you guys know what I'm talking about, right? So these are available for the next 10 days only. So if you've ever wanted an Inuha or Nekoha shirt, now's your chance. And let's get back to our cat update. Pokey update.
Hi, Pokey. Pokey. How are you doing?
So Pokey has been having a couple different problems recently. First, he had these like cyst growths on the back of one of his knees.
He bled a couple times.
That like popped and started bleeding, and we took him to the vet, and they said it was the same thing that Haku had, just manifested in a different way. Like an allergy reaction.
Yeah.
And Pokey's was bad enough because he was bleeding that we had to put him, actually he didn't give him steroids, he gave him like an immunosuppressant for about a week. Something to suppress his immune system. He also had, even his nose was bleeding a little bit. These...
Super up close. I'm sorry, buddy.
His nose is normally completely black, but the pink spots right now are the parts that his nose was like a little scabby before. But he's completely healed from that now. Although, shortly after that, I noticed a bump on his tummy, and we took him back to the vet again, and it turned out he had a mast cell tumor, which is a tumor that could or could not be cancerous. It's the most common type of tumor in cats. His was not cancerous, and normally mast cell tumors happen like above the neck, like on the face and head and whatnot.
Yeah,
but Pokey got really lucky that his was on his stomach, because the way that mast cell tumors work is the vet explained like they have like kind of tentacles that radiate out cells, and so in order to get rid of every single cell of the tumor, even if the bump is only like this big, they cut out like a much larger portion of skin around it to make sure they get all of the cells.
They needed extra margins if possible.
Yes, extra margins, right. That's a that's a better English term for it. Why is your English better than mine, June? Stop it. You're making me look bad now. Yeah, they needed extra margins. He had to have a collar for 2 weeks. And
day 1, day 2, remember how sad and quiet Pokemon was?
well, Pokey was sore. We learned that the reason Pokey screams so loud compared to all of our other cats is that he uses his abdominal muscles. People told us just like opera singers. So Pokey has like trained himself to scream really, really loudly. And so for like a week or so after his surgery, he had a tiny normal cat meow. He was like
very, very weak.
He was so quiet and cute and kind of just like a normal cat, and we were like, wow, look at this. This is what Pokey would be like if he meowed like a normal cat. And we were like, I wonder if he'll be like this forever now. But no, now he's screaming again.
Yeah.
I am very happy he's back to normal though, because his appetite was very, very low for like 3 weeks after his surgery. Even after he got his stitches out, he wouldn't even come down for mealtime. Like if we got the bag of food out, he would just stay wherever he was sleeping, which was very, very concerning for Pokey. I was very worried about him. Anyway, he's still recovering, so he may go back to being his like food hunting little demon kitty soon. But that's okay.
I hope not.
I love Pokey so much. Pokey, out. He's become a super lap cat, and every day he comes over to sit on my lap now, and of course we cuddle all night. He is such a mama's boy.
Free time?
Pokey. Hi, baby.
Oh. Oh. Good boy.
So we did full...
Full checkup, cat dog.
Yes, we did cat checkups for all of our cats.
Do you want to explain that ningen dog thing?
Yeah,
But
okay.
Petto dog.
Neko doku.
No, petto dog.
Okay, so there's
Neko dog, yeah.
there's a system in Japan where once a year you go get a health checkup that's pretty comprehensive. They call it ningen doku or human dock. I think it's called dock because when you like dock a ship to do maintenance.
Giant house.
Right.
Maintenance
So
house.
like human dock and then also cat dock. So our cats got their cat dock
Yeah, they all went through the cat dog.
and all of our cats had a little thing to look out for. Nagi had a tiny kidney stone.
I mean, could be kidney stone or could be something else,
Mhm.
but it's not like a super serious concerning level
Mhm.
yet, so
Yeah.
the vet says just keep an eye on it for now.
We've increased the amount of water we give him with his meals to make sure he's drinking more. Pokey, obviously, we told you all of his problems. And then Peachy has thick intestinal lining.
Yeah.
Her intestinal lining is thick, which is usually something they see with like IBS for cats or something, but she doesn't have any problems with that right now. So the vet just said it's something to keep an eye out for. She might develop IBS in the future or something.
And in order to do more like a careful fully examination, he
Mhm.
actually has to cut open her
Mhm.
tummy and stuff to just to do that,
Yeah.
which is not worthy at all.
Right.
So he recommends not.
But like she doesn't have any symptoms of anything right now.
Yeah. One thing though that was interesting about Peachy.
Yes.
Where's Peachy?
She's in the box in the, the bottom corner.
One thing that vet was surprised when the vet did the like eye test.
Uh-huh.
The result leads to the fact that Peachy can be fully blind, but the way she behaves, I
Uh-huh.
really didn't think so. Or anyone who saw Peachy didn't think so.
Wait, you didn't tell me anything about this. Can you explain?
I don't know like what kind of eye test he exactly did,
Mhm.
but when like the vet did eye like a reaction
Mhm.
thing, then he didn't really react in the normal way.
Hmm.
He was really surprised.
Wow.
But I know how she reacts.
Right.
She chases after the toy, she eats food, she knows, and then...
Well, I mean...
So we thought because of her disadvantage she has, maybe
Mhm.
other senses are more sensitive.
Yeah.
That she can feel and sense more.
So she could be blind and we just haven't noticed.
We
Maybe...
I still don't think she is blind, but
Mhm.
either way, her eyesight,
Yeah.
even the one that's open,
Yeah.
maybe she still has a hard time seeing anyway.
Huh. Peachy.
But she doesn't act like it because she's so good at sensing stuff.
Right.
So
She's-
she's quite impressive.
She's got really good hearing and then of course cats and smell. So, maybe she's like Daredevil. Oh, here she comes. Peachy, are you blind? Are you legally blind?
I don't think she's completely blind, but maybe she can't see well with her right eye even.
I feel like she can see, right? She's looking at me.
Yeah, that's what I told the vet too.
Hi, sweetie.
I'm really glad that our cats love the sketchboard we built
I know. Peachy does this every day.
every night. Hungry boy, hungry girl. Oh, I'm doing dishes. I'll be done soon. ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと待って。I noticed Nagi was a little upset, and I was wondering why, and then here's why. Haku stole it.
Agu, would you take the box?
He did.
I wonder how long I can do this until he gets annoyed. He's not doing... Oh, hi. Do you see his eyes? He's just like, what's going on? I just want to sleep. Okay, alright, bud.
I think Haku's fur is getting back and getting better.
It's getting way better.
Which we are back to normal food, the ones that we used to feed and see if he's okay. We're hoping that the cause was what's that word in English? Flea?
A flea.
A flea.
With all of the health issues our cats have had this year, we've gone to the vet like 10 times this year, and I've asked about parasites every single time to see if that could be a cause of an allergy, and they've looked every time and never found anything. And it was only the most recent visit where they found a single flea,
And Pocky.
which was really confusing because we've been treating our cats for fleas like just constantly. So the vet gave us like a special flea cycle disruptor just in case.
That which lasts a little longer. Yeah, 3 months. The fur is coming back, kinda. Oh.
Whoa.
Ah,
Whoa.
coming back.
Yeah, this side you can't even tell he's lost fur anymore. The other side is still a little. Can you roll him over?
It's, well, I don't wanna upset him anymore.
So
he'll be mad.
He'll start biting.
Yeah.
He'll get angry. His poor tail. His poor tail is still like a little plucked chicken.
He's getting annoyed.
Yeah, already.
I mean, I would be if I was sleeping on the bed if someone did this and then naked me or just roll around. Yeah, I'll be upset. I'm sorry, buddy. Ta-da!
Okay, update part, I don't know. We updated our cat litter and then bought a much larger box. This was like the largest bin that we could find. Yeah. We had two that were about the same size, but like, you know, cut in half. But a larger size is much easier for the cats to maneuver around in. Way better than before, especially because Haku is prone to urine crystals and stuff. So we want to make sure his litter is easy for him to use. And so far, this has been the easiest one. It's been the biggest one for him. Yeah. And then, of course, once we move, we'll have plenty of spaces in the house for multiple large litter boxes. They've got a step to get in.
It's my aquarium,
yeah,
by the way.
Upside down.
Upside down.
One of the old ones. Thunder's okay.
With the pad.
This is not the litter. Here, hang on. Not this aquarium. Thunder's okay. He's sleeping right now. Oh, now he's awake.
Sorry for bothering.
And our shrimp are in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Our 3 shrimp collectively named Lightning. Hi, Puggy. Your girlfriend's coming.
Let's go.
So many cats.
Midnight is so sleepy. Get up. Moja. Look up. One more. Moja. Moja. Come on, Moja. You can do it. Oh, good boy. Oh, Pokey.
Oh.
Pokey.
Hey, hang on. There's no water yet.
이 뭐예요?
요렇게 크고 요렇게 커요. 아빠가
많이 다른데?
그래 이렇게 큰다니까 아빠 잘 보고 선택했대. 그런 가구.
꽤 크다.
근데 얘는 조금 더 무늬랑 여성스럽게 생길 거예요. 이 친구가 아빠랑 똑같이 생기게 될 거거든요. 얼굴 형틀이랑
크림이 어때?
모찌 어때? 모찌.
지금 파악했지. 무서워. 괜찮을까? 재밌겠다.
커져라. 너 Kicking his ass, so.
Oh my god. On my Christian Minecraft server?
Yeah, you wouldn't know Christian if he said hi to you.
Hmm.